We are live. Checking. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's get the splashing. I will be very mad if this hub has shifted. You know what? Let's check it. Mega 4E. Yeah. Let's go. I hope. That was not 10 seconds, but whoops. Most importantly is the magic find. Alright. So, with all them potions, you should now be ready to go. Let's check the island. Figure out our egg status. So we have a little bit more eggs than we were expecting. Let's go. I did collect some of the minions. Upgraded the iron minions out of stream. Should probably have that in the compactor. I think he just got me. He got me good. I think every single minion here has been upgraded. Past. Yeah. So now we can start doing T5s. Most of the chickens have been upgraded. I will need to start saving chickens for the chicken pet if I decide to go for it. And then there's coal as well, which we'll be saving for minion fuels. Alright. So, the objective today, while I have potions on, is we're just Ice Walker grinding. We're going to try to get the painful thing out of the way as soon as possible. It is late enough into the night where I'm hoping that people aren't going to be competing with me. Hopefully. That's all we can do is hope. And we're also ready to go on Catacombs. I'm starting to realize a lot of my usual assistants, they aren't around to give me freebie carries. We got our end armor. I already see someone. The silhouette of them off in the distance indicates to me that I'm about to have not a good time. How are there only 9 people in the lobby and yet I still manage to have a terrible time here? To check their profile later kind of thing. I have not a clue what you would need 2 full bingo cards for. But if you're smart, you wouldn't need to do bingo. Lol. I don't think you understand how the thing works there. If you have 2 accounts that are playing bingo, and then you're getting double bingo points as a result. If you keep all of the items on one and then sell all the items on the other, that's still boosting just the same, is it not? Unless you're just keeping all of those to yourself, which is like, oh, I'm gonna buy 5 bingo dice for myself. Well, that's a little weird, isn't it? I'm not going to question the person who says that he's doing it for a flex, though. I mean, fair enough. I've handheld and guided people through bingo any number of times. My earliest bingo was like trying to get people to play, to the point where I can bring up bingo to one of my friends and they are now scared, terrified by it. They are cursed. Just speaking the phrase bingo brings back bad flashback. I have full reign of the small player lobby until Demon Hunter comes and takes my Ice Walkers. If they do that, I don't know why they're here. How are you level 29 already? What have you been doing? What have you done? So we're up to 3 dupe helmets, 1 dupe chest plate, 3 force armor. Okay, well, we've duplicated every single piece except for the 1 armor piece that we need. I could, even if you put 3 glaciate jewels per glaciate armor piece, craft it now. I'm starting to get very frustrated with having to get glacial armor the normal way. Meanwhile, on a trade profile, type in glaciate armor on the auction house and purchase it for less than 50k. Sell glaciate jewel for more than 50k. 1 jewel becomes 1 armor piece. Yippee. And hey, if you made the armor salvage for like 3 glacial jewels, or like, I don't know, half of its cost to craft, then people would be really happy to get spare glacial armor pieces, rather than selling them to the auction house for less than a glacial jewel. You would also kind of ease a pressure point on the economy, since glaciate jewels are needed for golden plates, and golden plates are really needed in the early game. And it's this weird thing where by the time you get to the point where you can get lots of those jewels, the glacial tunnels mobs, you're already done. You likely have the tool you need. You likely don't need any more mithril plates. If you've somehow gotten to that point without having a max setup, well, it's pretty easy from that point forward. Alternatively, the bingo goal can be changed. Alternatively, the bingo goal can be changed. 2 boots, 1 chest plate, 3 helmets, all duplicated. So, technically 3 boots, 2 chest plates, and 4 helmets so far. Leggings? Nada. I'll stay in this lobby even after my magic find runs out. That's just how good the lobby is. I'm getting pants today. Short of getting griefed in my lobby by a bunch of people hopping in and taking the Ice Walkers, I'm getting pants. Please. Be generous, be kind. Let me leave the suffering early. I would appreciate it. technically I haven't gotten a helmet yet today. I also haven't gotten pants today. I'd like either of those. One of the skills I've yet to pick up as a content creator is going on long, rambling tangents while also doing a task like this. Admittedly, this is a little bit more mentally taxing compared to like a garden or like a mining in circles kind of activity. But the sign of a true commentator is going either in post and adding commentary to something like this, or doing it live. And I'm gonna be honest, my brain feels like it's being torn in two when I try to speak while doing something. I come off as unnatural, very stinted. That's also what I'm kind of working on here, is ideally continuing to talk, maybe rambling, making sure not to overshare, and also that filter that I was talking about towards the end of the stream yesterday. I gotta have the filter which makes it so that the things that I'm saying don't come off a way that I don't intend to. And passing things through the filter it's really challenging while I'm doing some other activity. If I take down the filter entirely, well, I might say something out of line, but it would be a lot easier to say things. That's the struggle, and I think that I can appreciate a lot of those live commentator people a lot more by trying this firsthand, because everybody's like, oh, I can talk for ages. But can you talk while doing something? I don't know. For like a non-gamer, like, imagine doing something as active as, I don't know, I would see maybe more of a mindless task. There's the helmet duplicate. Okay, can we get leggings now? Imagine something as mindless as dishwashing, for example. You could probably talk while doing the dishes, and if you do something enough, it becomes second nature. But something you're doing for the first time, like driving, for example, they had me commentate while I was driving, and I was so focused on all of the different things, and I would only be talking about the driving. And it never became this like natural thing until like a while later, where you were driving and then you could talk about other things. And I'm kind of this tense. Oh, we're done! Holy shit, we're done. Hang on, we are done. Okay. Ta-da! Glacial Arbor said. See, that's also a problem with commentary, is you're just going to get interrupted by something. It's very unfortunate. So, iron is... it's okay, it's not good. The fix to iron is going to be getting redstone, getting compactor. We're going to do the compacting. If the goal is up to 10 minions, we're going to need up to 10 compactors. I think we could stop at 7, but a few more enchanted redstone never hurt anybody. Alright. Did I sell them? Who knows? As I was saying though, multitasking, commentating, it was really hard for me, especially as like this, I get very locked in and I focus on things, and my brain just, it kind of zeroes in. So if I'm going to be commentating and also doing something else, you will find it where I'm going to not be able to focus wholly on one task or the other. Splitting my brain in that way just doesn't really work, and it's kind of one of those built-up skills over time. There's people who can talk while driving, and there's also people who would prefer the complete silence. There's people who can listen to songs while driving, and then there's also people who demand that no sounds are made whatsoever they need to focus. I don't think that I'm the kind of person that needs no sounds whatever to focus. It's not that bad. But I'm definitely not going to be holding a conversation. The best I can do is try to do karaoke in the car, if that's like my skill level at the moment. So with commentating, the best that I can do is kind of talk adjacent to what's going on, and maybe if there's something that I thought about ahead of time, I can kind of put that out there. That's what a lot of my commentary exists as right now. Maybe in the future, one of the ways that I can improve the stream is, well, come to the stream with some topics at hand, things that I want to talk about. Everything has to be done live, so there's no visual storytelling that can really be done. The backdrop is the gameplay here. Unless I'm going to be hiring like some broadcast manager individual who would be taking on the role of facilitating some sort of graphics on the stream, and but at that point it's like a collaborative effort rather than something that I would necessarily be wholly doing by myself. Streaming is a complex endeavor. It takes a long while to build yourself up to talking to the camera, and any single thing you do, any stance that you take, it polarizes you to a potential audience of other people. And as a result, you're constantly trying to have the most, I guess, distant from controversy. You want to remove yourself as much as you possibly can from any sort of stance that could potentially make people feel bad. Make them question, like, oh, is the thing that I am doing in the right? Like, people don't like to be challenged on their ideals, usually. There's some people that will seek out perspectives other than their own, but there's far more people who want to have, I guess, a very narrow worldview. At least that's how I interpret a lot of my region's conflicts, is people don't like to be challenged. And then this is also true in other places. I see like a very strong tie to nationality. People don't like to have that questioned. There's ins and out groups. Like if I were to be someone like French, for example, that could alienate me to a potential audience of people who don't like the French for no reason other than I exist as someone who would be French. And there will be some people who would give that person a chance, and there's any number of other people who would just be put off by that and not participate in the content. There would also be a smaller minority of those people who would actively engage in a negative way with that content because it's something that they don't believe in so strongly. I'm in a position where I don't really have to worry too much about my content. I'm playing Minecraft bingo. I'm not famous. I'm quite far removed from that kind of ire of the people around me. But stuff like that is always in the back of my head when I'm doing this stuff. Like, I don't want to... I don't know. I want to create content that can be enjoyed by the largest group of people possible. I think that that's also one of the criticisms that people have of the Mr. Beast character before modern day Mr. Beast allegations came out. One of the problems people had with that style of content is that it was very soulless. It didn't really take a stance on anything, and as a result, the content just kind of felt very hollow while you were watching it. In this kind of content, you are putting a little bit of your personality out there, but the personality, I'm not like the face of a channel. At least I don't become a face in my eyes until I become like super popular. But if I were to have at some point in the future hundreds of thousands of followers, anything that I say, especially early on, well, that can be referenced, that can be looked at. What does that mean? What did he mean when he said that? What is the stance that was taken in this regard? And the kind of interpretations of today become completely different tomorrow. I think there's a lot of good that you can do by leveraging your voice for various causes. But you can also do harm towards yourself, especially in the internet is forever landscape that we live in right now, by speaking out of turn, especially when you are uninformed. And I think that kind of, as a personal stance, is the way that I exist, and the kind of lesson that I would want to emulate if I were to become popular is that you should always seek out those reliable sources of information, and many of the things that I think that people have issues with, there can be stances where if you look towards a empirical evidence, logical standpoint rather than emotional standpoint, there can hopefully be some insights that you can glean that don't make you come off as ignorant. And as for the emotional standpoints that people take, it's best not to try to affiliate as much as possible, but inevitably there will be some things that you believe in. And I think that whatever audience I would hope to cultivate in the future would look towards whatever stances that are taken within reason, and appreciate that I've tried to cover as much facts as possible in that regard. And as for the emotional stances, you can only hope that the people around you give you the best good faith interpretation as possible. Inevitably, though, once you reach a certain tipping point of popularity, it feels like there are people who will, regardless of what you do, find something wrong. there will always be that vocal small percentage of people that are unhappy and are, I wouldn't say jealous of the other people, but the internet is always looking for a punching bag. If you look at the popularity of various YouTube trends, it's the same thing as a news channel. They're not going to cover as many feel-good stories. They're instead going to cover the more negative side of things. That holds your attention far more than puppy saved from tree. People want to look at lives and feel better about their own. And to some degree, that is content creation for some people. They can create this life that people seek to emulate. Some of the most popular, like, video game streamers, they have this skill, and people are like, wow, I want to emulate that. Some of them have, like, this creativity, this constitution when they're, like, doing the some sort of, like, gaming thing, and they're trying to beat the entire game, and then there's some sort of challenge there. That's the kind of admiration that you get as a content creator. That's the kind of escapism that you provide. I don't know how Hypixel Bingo fits into that escapism. I definitely don't plan on referring to the latest happenings of the week, positive and or negative. I don't necessarily see myself as a news channel. I'd be happy to talk about life stories. I'd be happy to try and give some advice. I think wading into the waters of giving a personal opinion or stance on things can be dangerous, but I believe as long as I do whatever good faith interpretation for the emotional side and try to come at things as logically as possible, refer to evidence, and I don't know. And I'm more than happy to talk about, oh boy, I got glaciate armor, I got a full set of it. That seems very important. To know where you're coming from, to know what you're doing, to know what your goals are. Because if you're wandering around aimless, not knowing what to do, it's far easier to get sidetracked and lose sight of whatever goal you might have once had when creating a channel. When I play a single-player world, I find it very easy to get demotivated. I like playing multiplayer. If Skyblock were to be a single-player game, I don't think I would have progressed to the highest levels. The important thing is being able to play with people, have those interactions with people, and how does the content facilitate those interactions? In many cases, the earlier content, it was not about finding a party, it was not about finding a group of people, it was, we're going to fish together. Not for some shared bestiary, not for some shared loot pool. It's because we're going to collectively do the thing with each other. And maybe in some cases it was, I'm not strong enough to kill this thing, please kill it for me. The reason that I play Skyblock is to meet people, to interact with them. It's really nice. I think that during the lockdown there was a need to fill that time with something. Some people learned new hobbies, some people took up like new projects, and a lot of the people here, a lot of the I guess target audience for this might have played video games. I could have just as easily pivoted away from Minecraft, or I could have gone into a lot more Minecraft development. I think I would have benefited heavily from going into a Minecraft development plugin phase rather than playing block game MMO. But I've met people here that I believe have given me a better outlook on the world. And that's valuable. And even though I sit here mining cobblestone talking out into a potential void, I think that that's good. I also realized that there's someone who sent a chat message. Sadly, I don't have times for this. I don't have times when he said the message, but I do see your message now. I believe that my stream is about 30 seconds delayed, if that makes sense. And I also am not always paying attention to chat, which is unfortunate. I'm also not sure how to pull up chat again. I'm going to try to refresh this page. I think I closed it. There we go. Yes! Hello! So currently my screen is really tiny. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull you up on my phone, and then I can view it. Because right now my Minecraft window goes over my chat window, because I'm a single monitor individual right now. Very unfortunate. I hope to upgrade my setup in the future. Now, if I sort by... This is a test. I'm on my phone, not on my YouTube account. Can I sort by live? And then does... Oh, it shows up if I do Hypixel Skyblock Bingo Live. Alright. I'm looking at your chat in real time right now, and I can see you as you reply. I'll be replying to your messages about 30 seconds late. Hello. I just spam Alt-Tab. I wish I could do that. I've got you up on my phone, so as long as I'm looking down at the phone every once in a while, I'll be able to see chat. I'm remembering, like, the Technoblade setup was, he had a laptop to the side, and he would just be looking at the chat on that. I have a phone. I've got the budget set up. My monitor also isn't the typical resolution for streaming, so whenever I play Minecraft, I kind of stretch out the window to make it fit the OBS window. It is a very scuffed setup. I hope my thumbnail reflects that for this stream. So, I'm talking into a screen. I'm not sure if anyone's going to be watching. The reason that I started streaming is people had talked about, like, I should start a podcast. It'd be nice, like, just to listen to hear you ramble. And every single bingo at the start of the month, I'm just going to be speaking out into the void. and maybe someone will pick up, like you. You'll listen. Maybe people will watch the videos after the fact. Just listen to me ramble. I was talking about overall content creation. Just the stance that I have on it, kind of what my place in the world is. And at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that anything that I'm speaking right now will have any profound impact in the future. Yeah, it'd be even nicer if I did not have a laptop fan that was blaring, having like static in the background. One of my inspirations for streaming is named Dreadlig. He used to do bingo streams, and then he stopped. But his mic setup was very similar to this, where there was just this constant whir in the background, and his mic was like a little bit echoey. And even if I'm not professional streamer setup, I hope to just give people a place where they can exist for a little bit. And if my voice is nice, if people enjoy the stream even for a little bit, then that's the goal. I'd be playing Minecraft anyways, whether I'm speaking to a stream or speaking to a friend. The goal is to improve the stream a little bit each time. So on OBS I have the starting scene screen and the be right back screen, and then the actual streaming scene that I can switch between. Oh yeah, I'm glad that I'm not eating the mic. I at least got like one of those better microphones. The downside is every single sound that I make gets picked up by this thing. I don't have noise suppression on OBS. I should probably look into that. So sometimes I'm going to be talking about whatever Minecraft thing I'm doing at the moment. Like, I'm getting the armor pieces. I'm mining cobblestone for compactors right now. And sometimes I will just talk about random things. I mean, if you have anything you want to ask, I'm more than happy to give you advice on Skyblock. My main profile here does not show. But you can see with all the stats here, there's a little bit of progression here. So if you've got any Skyblock questions, I'm more than happy to answer. If you've got any other questions, things you want me to talk about, I mean, you are the one viewer other than me on my phone right now, so. How's my real profile like? It's Skyblock level 452. I've maxed out the content in the game, except for Catacombs, Kudra, and Garden. And also Hoppity. That seems to get all of those late game players. I've networked with a bunch of other late game people that have gotten Skyblock level 460, people even higher out than me. Missing Catacombs is the only skill, but yeah, I recently maxed Blaze Slayer, so I've got max Slayers, everything looks very nice and rainbow in my profile viewer. I just watch movies on the Garden. It's not good for money compared to a lot of the other things that I can do, but it's a very mind-off kind of task. The problem that I have with group content isn't the complexity of it. I'd love to have complex tasks in Minecraft. It's the group content. If I go to the playtime on my main profile, I have about as much time in dungeons as I do in Dungeon Hub. I just spend so much time waiting for a group to form. And for some reason, none of the perm parties that I join seem to work out for a long period of time. If you like mining, my advice is to do like Heart of the Mountain, the mining commissions, do that daily. And you can either choose to do nucleus runs. Those are typically pretty profitable. They'll especially become profitable if the crystal nucleus RNG meter comes into Hypixel Skyblock. Yippee. Or you could do something more boring like farming in the garden and then use that money to get your mining set up. I mean, I grinded for all of the items in my mining setup manually by mining in the Dwarven mines before Crystal Hollows came out. Then I had like all of the parts to upgrade my drill. I had enough money to buy the Devon's armor. I imagine in modern day Skyblock with things that so heavily inflated, it's really hard to grind out armor pieces, grind out like a new set. Yeah. But, just like how the armor set is so expensive, the drops that you're getting from a lot of areas in the game, they are also more valuable than they once were. I sold a Necron's handle back in the day for about 50 million coins. Now it sells for multiple hundreds of millions. So if you grind the dungeons and get an RNG drop, you have a decent chunk of progress towards a mining setup. That also extends to a lot of other places in the game. Like a lot of the pest drops in Garden, they sell for so much, despite being so easy to get. Like 15 million for a slug pet is crazy. Yeah, Sorrow armor is expensive. But it's also expensive because it's good in other areas of the game. It's one of the only sets that gives base magic find set. So if you're wanting to do stuff like Diana, people will swap to that before their thing dies, so that they get extra drops. I don't have the Necron's ladder. I also don't do a lot of floor 7, because I like to run that with a group of people that I know. I've got about 200 floor 7 completions, and then I've maxed out the completions 1,000 plus in every single other floor. I'll either buy one, or I'll try to buy one around the next Century raffle, which is coming up pretty soon. Everybody starts somewhere. I would not say that any profile stats are necessarily horrible. It's more like a work in progress, rather than being good or bad. I crafted one more compactor than I needed to. Oops. I only needed 9, because I already got the free one from Lapis Miner. The bit of advice that I give everyone when they're struggling with money is you should be holding on to every single armor piece you have. Be that something that is good, or even something that you might not be using at the moment, like a fishing armor set. Because the moment you go back into fishing, you're going to have to buy another armor set again. The only exception for that is like if you're upgrading the armor, you can sell something like shark armor if you're going to be going and getting thunder armor. But don't sell your thunder armor for a better mining armor set. Diana isn't really useful when you have a rare griffin, that's true. But if you have to buy that griffin at some point in the future, it might be more expensive. So if you sell it now, then you might regret that selling it later. I held on to every single item, and I never had to pay like this auction tax. I didn't have to buy back items. And then that's how you see your net worth increase. The only way you see your net worth decrease is if you sell your armor set and you have to pay a bunch of taxes, and then you have to pay more taxes to buy the next armor set. I'm more than happy to give you a brief tour of my main profile here. So, this is my maxed out farming armor setup. That's what I was doing most recently. I have Storm armor. This is my Aurora that I use for Kudra. It's not maxed, but it's pretty close. Terror armor is base. I don't do Infernal Kudra. I'm going to have to upgrade it if I decide to do more. Nearly maxed out Necron armor. There's the Goldor armor set. You don't really need Master Stars to tank in higher level dungeons, but the first two are pretty cheap, so I put them on. Yeah, I don't use a resource pack. I'm bare bones. I don't need Skyblock textures. I tried using one, but when it changed my Hyperion to look like something completely different, I was lost. I don't know what anything did. And for some people, like, they'll look in this thing and they're like, oh, what is the stone sword? What's the iron sword? I already know, like, the stone sword, that's my claymore. I always keep my claymore there. The golden axe is my daedalus axe. I always keep it there. This is a spare aspect of the void. This one doesn't have ether warp. This one does have ether warp. This iron sword, I'm going to be honest, I don't know what it is. Combat XP boost. So, sometimes I do have to spend a little bit more time looking over it. Yeah, the Hyperion is great. It's missing a couple of T7 enchants, but overall this is one of the things that you would want to invest into and focus on maxing as much as possible. Oh, you meant on the resource pack. Yeah. The animated textures look really good. I just feel like it's a lot of bloat for the game. This is my 2-cell chest right here. Just a bunch of things like a bingo blue die, Reaper Pepper, Wheel of Fate, just things that I want to sell at some point in the future. Investments that I might be holding on to. This is my farming tools chest, so usually I have this and then the 4 equipment pieces, and then I will take them out as I'm farming. Yeah. I said I'm nowhere close to completing Catacombs, but I'm Catacombs 46. I've done a bit of Catacombs, but like these classes and overall like my Skyblock level, you would think that I'm a lot more progressed in the Catacombs area, but that's one of the things that I lack the most compared to other people. My island is also a mess. It's just like whenever I need something, I'll build it, and it just becomes like the spider web of different things. This is from 2019. It's an old flower farm where a minion would mine this cobblestone, water would flow out, and it would spread throughout this area, and then you would stand on the trap door here, and you would be bone mealing the ground. And it's a flower farm. That's how I got my flower minion maxed, is I sat here, my co-op member sat here, and we just did a lot of flower farming. And then I realized that was slow, so I started paying other people to grind flowers for me. I would be paying them like 2 million a stack of enchanted dandelions back in the day. This is where I keep most of the minions right now. Inferno, some miscellaneous combat minions, and then this is like if you had magma cubes, you could sit in the middle here. Back in the day when Witherborn would activate, you would have someone sitting here, and they would kill all the mobs. I would say that Catacombs is really good for having a good, like an overall goal to work towards. It's not good for a money-making method. It's not consistent. E-Man is good. I would say that. Blaze is the best Slayer for money, but E-Man is a pretty close second. Yeah, and you can go left-click for the E-Man. If you get Final Destination and an Atom Split, you'll be able to do a lot of damage to an Enderman Slayer. But RCM E-Man is kind of very much brain off, and if you're doing that for a money-making method, I would heavily suggest having a Witherblade for that. And you'll get there eventually. Everyone struggles to do content, especially at the start. Like, I struggled to do Blaze Slayer at the start, but then I got the gear for it, and it became easy. Gear being these daggers, which have crashed so heavily in price. That's insane. Enderman Slayer, there are people who will offer to carry you in it for coins. I haven't asked, are you Iron Man or are you a regular standard profile? Because if you're able to trade with other players, you can give them coins, and then they will carry you in the boss. And that's how a lot of people will be doing Enderman Slayer up until level 5. If you're trying to do it on Iron Man and you're trying to do it legitimately, a lot of the time you have to suffer through doing T1s until you get the I think it's like the Vorpal Katana or something like that. Okay, so you can trade with other people. If you're a regular, you're able to trade with the people around you, and you can leverage that by asking for carries. There's some people, like, if you just ask around in lobbies, they'll do it for you. And then there's also trusted carry Discord servers that you can go to. Yeah. So that's great. And if you get carries during the Aatrox extra Slayer XP, then you're going to be getting to that level 5, getting those higher levels of Enderman Slayer even faster. I will agree with you there. It is very overpriced. But you also got to consider, like, how much of their time are they spending on that compared to Kudra is crazy and can make 50 million per hour. If you're taking like a minute or two of their time, 2 million coins is fair. If they have to wait even longer for you to spawn the boss, then I think that 2 million is actually kind of a discount. I don't know what prices look like today, but back in the day I was paying, I think, 1.5 per carry. It also feels like coins are a lot easier to get these days. 1 mil on a T2? Oh no, for a T2, you should not be paying 1 million for that. That's crazy. I'm supposed to be doing bingo right now, but I would carry someone's T2 for free pretty much. It's T3s and T4s that take a little bit of focus and require the other person who's being carried to have a little bit of survivability. But if you're getting carried on T2s and they're charging 1 mil per, that is abusive. That feels a little out of line. Let me pop into the server. Void Gloom T3s are 1 mil per, and T4s are 2.5 mil per. No. Whoever you're looking at is overcharging insane rates for you. It should be 1 mil for a T3 and 2.5 for a T4. And then for a T2, I'd say 500k is fair, but again, I'd do it for free. It's not that hard to kill a T2. Let me just check. Yeah, so 15 million coins on a T4 is not worth it. Anyone who's saying that should either be joking or they are overcharging an insane price. If you are going to Discord server, there's one called SBM, Skyblock Maniacs. I'm going to check to make sure that the server is actually that. Discord/SBM. Yes, that looks to be correct still. So SBM is a carry service Discord for dungeons and also for Slayer carries. They don't do T2 carries, but they do T3s and T4s, and they are much cheaper than the prices that you're reading off of from chat. I'd recommend you take a look there. I have had good experiences with them, and I guess the only complaint is that they'll sometimes raise prices during things like Derpy, when things get double health, or they'll raise prices when Aatrox comes around. But if you're just looking for a general carry service, you don't buy those carries, I mean, that's fine. Yeah. I'm just trying to look out for you. Like get a good carry service, don't get overcharged for T2s. Is there anything you want to see on my profile? Anything that you want me to, I guess, open up stats-wise and show you? I can show you, like, collections or anything that you're interested in. Otherwise, I'm just going to head back to bingo time. You want me to show you, like... Yeah, okay. Perfect. If you're getting free carries, great for you. Okay, perfect. Oh, one last fun thing that I want to show off is you may notice there's so many chests all over the island. I'd love to do some cleanup, but if I try to place down a chest, you'll see I've hit the maximum limit of chests on my island. 3,017 out of 1,000. I'd have to remove 2,000 chests, and I can't get those back. So instead, I'm going to keep the storage around as nice little legacy storage. I'm not even using all of these chests. There's plenty of them that are just double chests that are empty. But I also store quite a few miscellaneous resources in these. Back to bingo. The chest limit used to be something like 5,000 before, but then people were having a bunch of dupes and they were stashing things away. So they changed how much, how they changed how many things you can store. Anyone who had above, I think it was 4,000 or some huge amount of chests, they got all their stuff like taken out of the chests and put into stashes. And then I'm one of the lucky few that has a maximum limit of chests on the island, and then they didn't get removed. Yeah, I have, that's from when I was bestiary grinding. Back when the bestiaries went infinite, I got to 10k minor skeletons and zombies, and I kept every single armor set that I dropped. And because I was thinking, oh, if these ever become useful, it'd be nice to have them. And then I just keep on doing that. I have double chests dedicated to dungeon armor pieces of the lowest quality. dungeon armor pieces, they have a score of 1 to 50 when you drop them. Not the ones from the boss chests, but like the skeleton master chest plate, for example. If they are 50 out of 50 quality, they upgrade their rarity from epic to legendary. But if they are anything below that, they'll just have like some increased stats. 1 out of 50 is the lowest stat you can get from armor pieces. And I have a mod which shows me what the quality of items are from dungeons. Every single lowest quality item I keep and I don't salvage. And also the 50 out of 50 quality pieces. I'm going back to the profile just to show this collection off. So down below here, I have the entrance, floor 0, and you can see at the very bottom it says item quality floor 0, 50 out of 50. So this is from Catacombs entrance, every single armor piece at maximum quality, meaning it gets a item upgrade. And then down here we have floor 1, every single possible armor piece at maximum quality. Floor 7, every single armor piece that is possible to get in floor 7 dungeons at maximum highest quality rarity. Master Mode 7, every single armor piece that is possible to get from Master Mode 7 at highest quality rarity. Except I am missing some armor pieces. And I'm to the point of the game where I am bored, and I will occasionally either be running these dungeon floors just to try and get the armor pieces that I'm missing to complete a full set, like Master Mode 3, or I will hire other people to get them for me. And I'll pay people like hundreds of millions of coins to get me a helmet from the armor piece that I am missing. Also note the 1 billion coins in purse. I do have a little bit of money to spend if people get the armor pieces that I need. So right now the goal is to get a stack of enchanted cobblestone. And that allows me to get the silverfish pet, which is one of the pet goals for this bingo. Are you someone who does the bingos? Getting full card on the bingo takes a lot of time, and it used to be worth a lot of money too. Ever since they made everything tradable though, I think the value of bingo points has kind of gone down. It used to be a decent money-making method. I've got a bingo guide on one of the Discord servers I'm a part of. And I'm also someone who does the bingo every single month, and I've done that for the past over 2 years now, about 2.5 years. There's some things that you can do on bingo that are really easy. Like, I don't expect you to get full card, but if you do just some of the community goals, if you log in and break a single block that gives you skill experience, you'll be getting 4 bingo points. Break a single ore, 4 bingo points. Participate in a farming contest, maybe like 1 or 2 bingo points. I don't expect you to get to the point of like Combat 50 to do Catacombs, and even this might be a stretch. But there's some goals that are really easy to get, like getting 140 strength is pretty easy if you get 130k, get a Raider's Axe. All you need to do to get a lot of strength is just forage for a little bit. You should get a bunch of skill level ups, and then if you buy a Raider's Axe when someone opens up the thing, you'll easily hit that. This costs about 100k. If you just apply this to any weapon, you get another bingo point. And then the reason why you want those bingo points is you can buy the bingo talisman to sell for millions of coins. If you're struggling for cash, just doing a little bit of bingo every single month kind of helps you with that. You don't have to have the patience to do the full card, but if you do a little bit each month, you're making an actual insane gain towards your overall profile. Even if you're just buying the bingo talisman and the bingo rank upgrades for yourself, it's helpful for progression, and you are not required to do everything that the card has. As we've already established, I'm the little bit insane person that sets myself to do things like bingo, 100% it every single month. You don't have to be like me. There's ways to do things on your profile that are a lot more efficient and make a lot more sense. A max bingo gives you about 160 points. Often when I write the bingo guides, I do them like speedrun will give you 20 of those points, but the goal is to have them done within under 3 hours. And then the full card might take you 20 hours to do, and you'll be getting more points, but you get less points per hour, if that makes sense. There's stuff you can do within the first 10 minutes of starting a bingo profile, like what I just pointed out to you. And then you should be able to get at least like 10 or so points. And I think that's worth doing. Regardless of who you are or where you're at in the game, pop onto a bingo profile, just do a few things, and as long as you're logging in around the time that bingo ends, you'll get a bunch of community goal participation points. And anybody can do that. Likewise, with the dailies on Skyblock, you don't have to do every single faction quest. But there's some faction quests that are super easy to do. Like one of the town board quests will sometimes ask you to hand in like 10 sulfur. That's like 300 coins! And they'll give you something that's worth more than that in coins value alone, and then also like 5,000 combat XP. You might as well look towards the faction quest in the Crimson Isle when you unlock it, and just try to do the faction quests each day. Mining commissions, you don't have to be doing thousands of mining commissions to max out your Heart of the Mountain. If you do 4 of them each day, you get a ton of Heart of the Mountain XP. The first 4 each day give you a lot. Catacombs XP is boosted for your first 5 runs each day. You might as well do that. The experimentation table, if you grind it long enough, you're able to get T7 books that are worth hundreds of millions of coins. And you're not guaranteed one each day, but as long as you splash a single Titanic XP bottle on yourself and you do the experimentation tables at max enchanting level, you have a chance of getting something good. If you've completed the faction quest up until T1 Kudra, up until like when you can start doing Kudra, I have a group of people that you can tag along with for basic Kudra in the future. We don't do Kudra often, but it would be possibly around this time when we would be doing our Kudra runs. And we can pop back, like, you get basic keys off of the mini-bosses in the Isle, and sometimes we just have to run through some of the earlier keys that we've gotten. There's also a party finder system for Kudra. It's not as reliable, but you might be able to squeeze into a party if your combat level is high enough. And if your combat level isn't that high, faction quests. Every single day they give quite a bit of combat XP. Yeah. Well, here's a secret. Most Kudra runs only need 1 or maybe 2 people that have a Witherblade. The big bottleneck for Kudra is actually going to be people that are smart enough to get crates and people who are smart enough to build the ballista. My friend, they will just like duo run with people, like a 2-person Kudra run, and all they ask is for someone to build the ballista. They're able to get all the crates on their own, it's just a little bit slow, but having them solo build the ballista is the one bottleneck that most Witherblade users encounter. So if you have yourself a tank armor set, if you are able to survive and do all of those tasks really well, you're not required to have a Witherblade. Most people would prefer you in the Party Finder to have a Witherblade, but if you get friends, don't feel like you're required to have a Witherblade in order to do Kudra. At least not the T1 or T2. T3 is when you start needing a lot of things like a Terminator, a Witherblade, Kudra armors. But T1s and T2s can be done by having one person who's taking on the carry clear role, and then by having a lot of other people who are gathering crates and building the ballista. You do not have a tank set. That's fair. You haven't even done floor 6 yet, so you can't even use the Necromancer Lord. It's an okay tank set that comes from there. But you don't even have the floor 6 clear. Are you in Shadow Assassin, by any chance? Shadow Assassin Livid Dagger? I have no idea what the state of modern Dungeons Party Finder looks like. Back in the day, like when I was running floor 5s, all of the people who were kind of like skilled at dungeons were also running floor 5s because it was like the highest floor that had released up at that point. I've heard like nightmare stories of Party Finder and how that goes for people, like people failing puzzles, people skipping rooms. Yeah. And even on my end, like the Catacombs requirement to play Master Mode 7 Dungeons, it used to be Catacombs 47. Now people are just setting it to Catacombs 50. Pretty soon they'll be setting it to like a class level 50. The requirement that people want for like good parties is just very unattainable at this point. And then if you're doing the bad parties, bad Party Finder, you're just suffering. Uncommon Rock Pet goal complete. And that is 1 pet obtained. Yeah. Or there's a lot of people who want to do frag running or golem runs, they'll queue for lower level floors, and then they'll just take people from a floor 1 run and use them for their own advantage to start a floor 7 run back before they added solo dungeons. Yeah, yeah. I imagine that it's really bad, and it's hard to find a group of people who you can run with. Are you struggling to find people to connect with in the game? People who are kind of like at your level? Yeah, that sounds terrible. If you want to find people that are at your level, I would recommend a guild. Guilds are great for finding people to play with. They group a bunch of people in the same place. They allow you to meet new people, socially interact with them, possibly make some new friends. I would strongly recommend a guild. Maybe like an early game guild, which would allow you to match with people kind of your level. And then you might be able to find people who are actually running the floors that they're intending to. I've got a guild myself for more of like the mid-game player base. Specifically level 175 for the lower rec guild, and then it's upper 200s right now for the guild that I own. But if you ask in your guild, like, does anyone want to run dungeons? Do people reply, or is it just very quiet? Yeah. Like, if I do G list right now, I have 124 people in my guild. There's me, I own the guild, there's some staff, and then there's people of various different ranks. And then if I do /G online, you can see the current active people, and it's not always like, we're not going to get 100 people online, but there's usually at least 10 people online at all times. Yeah. And at that point, you're kind of like in a... Like, if you had a multiplayer server where you're playing survival and nobody else logs on, it might as well be a single-player world. I would strongly recommend seeking out Skyblock guilds. Maybe one that doesn't really have a requirement to join. And then... hopefully there you can find some people who are kind of like-minded, they want to progress in the game, and... you can actually meet new people. It sucks being the only one online in your guild. I used to have that. I used to own a guild where I was the only one online. And then I took steps to like revive the guild and bring new people to it. You can start your own guild. Takes a lot of effort, a lot of reaching out to people and advertising. Or you can instead join one that already exists. I feel like there's a continuation to the best part about that. I'm waiting intently. I'm so eager to see the next message. Most of the guild require... oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. I'm at the point where I struggle to advise people to join the guild network that I'm a part of. It feels very chaotic at times. I would ignore every single bit of chatter on the Discord, but I'm a part of a community called Skyblock University. The server is focused around educating people who are newer at the game to help them get their footing, kind of give tutorials like, oh, where do I go? How do I do floor 6? And you can like open up a ticket at any time and get help from the community. And we get a lot of people coming in and out of the guilds. There's about 6 guilds right now, which don't really have that high of requirements. And then there's some higher requirements guilds. One that focuses on dungeons, and like you said, has a really high catacombs requirement, but that's like for the elite catacombs people to work towards. And then mine is like a really high level requirement, and that's for like general players, like they have something to work towards. But multiple guilds, like hundreds upon hundreds of people, they're able to exist, and they can just exist with people at all different various stages of the game. I think that it's great, and like that's an example of what you should be looking for. I can't recommend them specifically. I kind of disagree with the people who run the server right now and like how they have the server set up. I don't think it's the best environment for a new player. But it's like something like that. You want to find a guild that doesn't have a requirement but have a lot of activity. I do 2 things, or I do 3 things. I like to do bingo, which is really early game. I like to do late game stuff, like I want to progress my profile to get max level eventually. And then I really like to help out my friends who I connect with and who I meet like throughout playing the game. And sometimes they're like water fishing, and I'll go water fish, or they're doing floor 5, so I'll give them a floor 5 carries, just stuff like that. And then to occupy my time, like when I'm doing things solo, I do things that look insane. But at the end of the day, it's just progression for me, in one way or another. Yeah. Many of the high-level guilds, they require you to have really high net worth as well. That's another thing that I haven't really focused on too much. Like, I'll have 30 billion coin net worth. Some people, they want, like, oh, really high net worth, like, only looking for 50 billion plus or something crazy like that. Yeah, at that point, what you're doing is you're looking at the guild leaderboards for Skyblock guilds, and there's different like rankings for people. Like, we are the top Slayer guild. We have people that have tens of millions of Slayer XP, and it sounds like you want to do like Enderman as your money making method, so you might fit in well with a crowd of people like that. And then there's some people that have really high dungeon stats, and they want to find other people that are kind of like them, even if they're not actively playing dungeons. They want to get people like that in a group, in a community, and then their collective stats together show up on that leaderboard, and it's like really cool. Look at me go. I have maxed out Catacombs players, filling up like hundreds of them in a guild. And then the same thing kind of happens, like, what I'm looking for in my guild, the reason why we specify a level requirement, is because we want people to have progression in the game so we show up on the leaderboards. And that's kind of like free advertising for us as a guild, is look at this guild, they're within the top 50 Skyblock guilds. very cool. I'll consider joining them. But if you are like #1 for catacombs, then you're going to attract a lot more people who are doing catacombs or who have a really deep appreciation of that kind of skill. If you want to pivot towards one of the early game guilds, I can get you an invite. I can find one of the guilds that is open. You definitely won't be the only one online. The requirement is activity for the no requirement guilds. If you're inactive for a long period of time, you got to go on the Discord and say so through, I believe there's some sort of ticket process, otherwise they kick you from the guild. Otherwise, you don't have to have any Skyblock stats at a specific level. And that's what you do, is you find people that are low level like you, or people that don't care about level stats, and you enter one of those guilds. And I know of 5 of them off the top of my head that I'm partnered with. I also know there's the Sky Kings Guild, is another example. I know that they have some higher requirements, like to join the main guild, but to join the subset guilds that they have, that likely doesn't require you to have many stats at all. And as long as you are active within the guild, like logging in and gaining guild experience, that's how they track it, then usually you're all set and you're not going to get kicked. And you'll have people there that you can talk with, and if it's part of a guild network like Sky Kings or SBU, then you'll be able to interact with all of the other people who are there, including the high requirement people, and maybe join one of those guilds in the future. So let me know if you want an invite. You're gonna have to put your IGN in the stream chat. Another fun thing that some guilds have is they have something called a bridge bot, which allows your messages to be sent to the Discord, and then people can talk in the bridge and send messages through that bot back to you. So that's a further way of connection, even if people aren't logged in the game. Sometimes they'll talk through the bridge bot. Admittedly, the bridge bot in my guild is kind of dead, but I know of some other like higher requirement guilds that exist out there where if you get access to their bridge bot, even if you aren't meeting the requirements to join the guild, you can still talk to the people there and maybe find some friends to run dungeons with. That's another option for you. My co-op profile, we used to fish a ton. So a lot of the people that I had met kind of later in terms of progress, I know them through fishing, which isn't even like a co-op skill. I don't like that guy. He's bullying the bingo player. It's not really a co-op skill to do fishing, especially back in the day. There wasn't bestiary or loot share. There wasn't really a reason to fish with other people. But I still met people because my co-op was getting a bunch of fishing gear together, and their progression, that they really liked fishing. So you can meet people to run dungeons with, you can get to know people in this game through other areas, like maybe you're foraging and the person, like, you just spark up a conversation with them. Or, like, you see someone around quite a bit in the Crimson Isle lobby, and you both are doing lava fishing together. There's ways to meet people outside of Party Finder. I feel like the moment that you go towards strangers in the Party Finder, though, you're going to get a lot of people who are not pleasant to interact with. That's kind of like the universal standard that I hear from Party Finder, is that it's not really fun to run alone. Right now I'm trying my best not to get in the path of the young dragon with the tree cap. He seems to be very insistent on chopping every tree that I look at before I can harvest it myself. You can use whatever you have available to you right now in order to mine and get the materials yourself. You can pivot to a different skill, like farming or fishing, and then invest the money you get from that back into your drill. Or you can do some content that has an RNG associated with it and grind that content at your current level until you get that thing which makes you money. So for floor 5, if that's the highest dungeons floor that you can run, you'd be trying to run that until you get like a Livid Dagger. I don't think that makes profit. What makes profit on floor 5? Legion books, I guess. Until you get Legion books. Yeah. Which drill are you trying to get? The thing is, you're playing an MMO game, and the goal is not to see it as a sprint where you're going from one task to the next task and you're going to make a ton of money. The goal is to see it more like a marathon. Yeah. So you're going for a gemstone drill. Your gemstone drill isn't even really that good. The marathon in this sense is that eventually, as you get higher powder, as you get better gear over time, you're going to make more money. If you're looking for like how much money am I making today compared to yesterday, you're likely not going to see those improvements. Not anytime soon. But if you look at where you were like now and where you'll be 3 months from now, if you keep at it and you just chip away a little bit day by day, you'll get more powder, you'll get more Heart of the Mountain XP. And that's what the goal should be. Is not to beat the game. It's to just work on a task a little bit by bit over time. The most burned out I get from Skyblock is setting my mind to a specific task. Blaze Slayer is one example of that. Over the last Aatrox that we had, I was insisting to myself, I have to get this Aatrox. I have to do maxed out Blaze Slayer and I was doing like maybe 100k XP a day. And it took so much out of me. It made me so unenthusiastic. Like waking up the next day and I'm going to do another 5 hours of Blaze Slayer in addition to all the other stuff that I got to do in my day. I wasn't looking forward to it. So my advice to you is not to set your mind on one specific task, but to do what you want to do on Skyblock. It's not going anywhere. What do you want to do today? Do you want to progress on that drill? Do you want to do something on the side that makes you feel like enjoyable? Do you want to build on your island? Do you want to make something cool? What do you want your gameplay experience to be? And if today that goal is that you want to get that slightly better drill for 5 million coins, you work on that a little bit. And when it doesn't feel good to do that anymore, you work on something else. In the early game of Skyblock, especially where you're at, everything matters to your profile. Going around and killing the barn animals in the hub for bestiary XP will net you a bunch of combat XP, which helps you do more damage. Everything can be meaningful. It's just when you choose to do it. Do you want to sit through Party Finder and suffer trying to find a good party? Do you want to try to socialize with some people and make some new friends? Do something completely silly like what Tommy and It used to do, where he was inviting people to the island and there was just some shenanigan afoot. What do you want? Figure that out. And if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Yeah. So here's your next option. There's plenty of Discord servers where people will just stick around in Skyblock VCs. Guild servers are one of those, but there's also places like the Skyblock Z Discord server. Those will net you friends, people to talk to. They're not always the most pleasant, but you can meet new people there. And while you're doing some boring task that you don't really think is enjoyable, it doesn't take a ton of your focus, you can go there. You can watch content. One of the things that I'll do is I'll crack open a YouTube video, I'll just listen to it. Or like a stream like this right now, where I'm talking. That can be on in the background while you do things. And you're making maybe not necessarily a connection, especially if you're like listening to a large streamer who might not notice your chat message, But you're doing something here, at least. And as for the task, if you're doing the task and it's not really taking a ton of your attention, and you're doing something you enjoy, like listening to someone, watching some content, talking to a friend, meeting new people, if that makes time go by faster for you, it's going to make the task feel less boring and stressful as well. Exactly. So you're already doing good. But some other places, because I'm not going to be streaming all the time, some other places I would suggest is to find a Discord server where there are people in the VCs. And if you can find a group of people like that who are all talking, yapping, maybe not even about Skyblock things, but they'll be in a Skyblock Discord server, so you can at least talk to them about Skyblock. That's the perfect way to go about this. And that's how I've played the game and how I've gotten to the point where I'm this far maxed in the game. I would not play the game as much as I do if I was completely solo. The people are what makes the game enjoyable for me as well. So find your people. Be that a new person every once in a while, or find some continuous friends, like your Iron Man friend. Hopefully I've given a few places where you can look, a few corners of the internet. And the rest at that point is up to you. Yeah. How did you even find the live stream? Like, when I look up Hypixel Skyblock on my phone, it does not show this live stream. I don't even know how you got here. And if I can do that thing more often, I'd love to. I don't really post like a social media when I go live. I'm glad I saw your chat message. It's been nice talking with you so far. You know how to search. I mean, fair enough. You are good at it. Fair enough. It sounds ominous when you put it like that, but fair enough. Like, if I do Hypixel Skyblock bingo, my thing shows up, but if I do Hypixel Skyblock, I get someone who's like, breaking the world record mining bedrock, and it's just one of those live streams that just has a bunch of bots on it. So clearly you're better at searching than I am. I'm glad you got here. Alright, every iron minion needs a compactor. You already have one. Alright. You manipulate the system. You're hacker man. Filter by lowest viewer. That might be a thing that helps. Well, I wouldn't say that it comes off as edgy teenager. The energy that it gives is more like like a superiority kind of thing. But fair enough. You've got your skills and I've got mine. You don't use filters? Whoa! Well, when I say superiority, I'm more referring to like withholding information the same way like a magician would. Like, I have my tricks. When the trick is kind of like holding the tablecloth under your sleeve. You don't gotta reveal the magic to me, don't worry. I'll appreciate it as is. Alright, that's a spare compactor. I got 3 options. I could either work on pets, work on minions, or get carried in dungeons. Let's do the Slayer. Let's do none of the above. I actually could use your assistance with something. What are you doing in the game right now? Okay. What is something that you need help with? Slayers, that Kudra run that you're talking about. I could probably duo the Kudra run with you. I want to make sure that I'm helping you too. I need an F1S carry. Like 270 score in floor 1. But in turn, if you need something like I can help you with pretty quick, I'd be happy to do that before. Yes. For bingo, I need to open up an obsidian chest, and I need to complete floor 1, so all of those things kind of overlap. Well, that's the thing, is I know you can do that. Yes, of course. I'd be happy to help on the secrets. And puzzles. Unless it's Blaze. I don't think I can do Blaze. I don't really have a bow. In turn, if you need like your first Kuda run or like a Slayer carry of some kind, whatever. Oh, ow, ow. That was more painful than I thought it would be. Because I'm not in my end armor. Let me fix that. I've been in the funny ice set this entire time. Deposit the coins. What's your IGN? I'll get you a party in game. Or you could type out the longest name on Minecraft. 9 through 1 and then kaboom. Yeah. So if you do entrance comp run and F1S run, I'd be happy to get you a Kudra completion. PF. Oh no. One. Welcome to the party. I just gotta do this tier 2 Revenant Slayer boss, and then we can pop over into entrance. Yep. Slayer first. See, it's a lot easier to do when I'm in the right armor set. Yep. I have to travel to the dungeon hub before visiting it. Guess I'll walk by foot. Alright. Comp run time. There's gonna be a mini over here. Ow. I found the mini. Okay, if I ult the mini, it'll work. Just has to... I'm gonna chug the golden apple. Ta-da! I got him! I'm proud of myself for that one. Alright, so our goal should be rushing Blood Room. We don't need to care about score. This isn't the S run. Do I have a ton of ender pearls in the combat sec? I have some, and that'll help me with secrets later on. Okay, we found Wither Key. I'm going to keep advancing towards Blood Room. That is a terrifying sight. That's a lot of bad guys. Leave me alone! And instantaneously killed. Love to see it. You're clearing the room, meanwhile I'm killing a single skeleton. It has a lot of health. It's on fire? How'd you get on fire? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. Got him. And suffocation. There's the key. The door should be able to be opened. And now we just have to wait for the blood mob to spawn. In the meantime, let me go take on some of the puzzles. That's not a puzzle. That is death. That is death. I'll pass. You're not friendly. Suffocation. Yippee! It's okay. The goal is to just get a comp clear. I'll try not to die as much on the actual S run. Although we are nearly at S run entrance. We're pretty good at this. Yippee! Alright. Are you ready for F1? I don't know if I'm ready for F1. We'll try. Let's invest into some of this Super Boom TNT. So we can do secrets. Alright. I stay back, I try not to die. I need to use my ultimate in a room where there are a lot of mobs still. No. You took away half my health in one shot. This is unfortunate. Whoa! Ow! Oh no. No, he's following me. Into my safe room. No! Okay, suffocate to death. Got him. If we open up Fairy, I'll get in there. I'll either respawn here or something like that. Hit 0 enemies for 0 damage? What? I threw it in this room. Okay, suffocation. Speedy. Oh, I got him though. Oh, you're also speedy. I'm not going to get you in time, I don't think. Wait, but if I sit in the heal pool, infinite regeneration. Alright, is this a puzzle? It is not a puzzle. It is death. I'll continue pressing on towards Bloodrun. Ow. Suffocate. That did not go as planned. Suffocate. Yippee! That was mean of you. Slowly working my way towards blood. Thank you. That's not fun. I'd love to get to the puzzle, but I don't think I can live long enough to get there. You're supposed to be a scared skeleton, not an aggressive one. Leave me alone. It's just up this way. Okay, that's not nice of you. The blessings help a ton for an early game player. Let me go to that room here. This run doesn't have... It's 5 out of 5 secrets. Okay. I'm trying to find a place that does not have a lot of mobs, because you're better suited to clear, I'm better suited to do secrets. So let me go to this room here. Death. Death is inevitable. But if I die... Okay, dying too much is bad. But if I die, I can fly past these guys and respawn on the secret. But it's going to take me 30 seconds to do so. That's not convenient. And then what? Then what do I do? Then I have to go back through them and die again. Okay, that's... what about the other secret? That shouldn't require me to die. Let me do that instead. Or I can be revved here, that works too. Puzzle! Puzzle! I can be useful! Teleport room, my beloved! We are at 270, 288. We should be able to go in now. We're good on secret score. Max milestone, yippee! Ow. Please don't. Ow. Yep, trap. But it was worth it because I got at least enough secrets to make up for my own death. We should be able to go blood now if you're listening on the stream. Respawn here and get a few more secrets. Is secret score... It's green, so like getting more secrets is not going to buff us up anymore in terms of exploration. Crypts would help, but I am sure is not going to be able to kill a crypt. That's not really in the cards. You're lost. Let me get you where you need to go then. Leap to me. Ah, that's the one who teleports. Of all the blood mobs. Of all the blood mobs. Uh-oh. Wait, he's not teleporting. Okay, but he is gonna murk me. Yep. Expected. But what if you suffocate? Okay, but go a little... No! Suffocate! I can only trust that my teammate will get here eventually. In the meantime... Are you not suffocateable anymore? Bruh. Okay. I will chip away ever so slowly at their HP through Fireball. Fireball. I don't know if the Watcher kills you when you're on an elevated platform. This would be potentially safe unless the Watcher kills me. In which case it is not safe. He's here. Yippee! Yippee! Okay, I hide in the corner. I Ender Pearl. No. Ender Pearl here. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna hide. I'm gonna hide, and I hope no undeads come for me. I think we're good. We're getting super carried. Yippee! We did it! You did it! I didn't do too much, but you did it! DY! And now I need to purchase this chest. Only 250k. Worth it. I don't care what the items are within it. And now, because of that, I've got the open an obsidian chest goal. I've also got the get 230 score or higher on catacombs. That knocks out most of my things. So I'm going to pop over to my main profile, is disabled in dungeons. Pop over to my main profile. And we're gonna do some Kudra. My favorite. Let's get all the junk out of my inventory. Orb, shop, fatal tempo term, fishing rod, need some ender pearls, and probably a wither cloak would be helpful as well. That's in this page. Wither cloak. Flare is probably better than orb. Gives us more uptime, less mana usage. And then ender pearls. Alright, you're watching stream. There's going to be a bit of a delay, but I'll explain it to you. You're going to right click on the open shop after the run has progressed a little bit, and you should have a choice of classes. There's a diamond sword. It's specialist class. I don't know if your resource pack is going to change it. But you're going to want to go the specialist class, and you're going to want to invest a bunch of tokens into the ballista mechanic. If you crouch and punch at the piles on the ground, that will allow you to repair the ballista. My job will be to clear out as many of the mobs as possible and help you build the ballista during that time as well. Let me get the equipment set that I need on. This should do. And let's get a Kudra key. A couple of them. Warp, Kudra. So we could do this with people, or we could duo it. Let's try duoing it, and if it doesn't work, we can always party finder, get some more people to help with ballista. Are you ready to go? Here's to hoping that you have the quest requirement to start the Kudra. It might be a thing where you haven't progressed in the quest. We will see. Let's go. And you can start the Kudra. Currently you're not ready. You gotta talk to this person. You have to ready up. At the person at the glass. Over here. And I think it'll tell you... Heck yeah! Okay. So this is the shop. Buy the specialist class whenever you're able to. And then you're upgrading the thing in the top middle, which is Ballista Mechanic. Yes! Perfect! The Ballista Mechanic will be a crafting table. And then here's a flare for some extra mana. And then with a fishing rod, you have to fish up these crates and bring them back to the middle. I will be doing all 6 of these. Your job is just try and live. Live as much as possible. If you've got a fishing rod, you can try to help with crates, but it's not required for you to do so. That's okay. Death is okay. Yeah, the tentacles, they like to pick you up and throw you away from the crate, and then the mobs, they'll hit you back into the lava occasionally. Alright, that's 2 out of 6. Let's go for this one here. Okay. That might be an issue. You're a problem, but we got it anyways. There's a lot of like hidden mechanics here, like typically when Kudra is next to one of the crates, like this giant slime, you're not going to get picked up by a tentacle, so it's pretty safe. And then there's certain locations on the ground that exist that are safe spots. So you'll want to head over to those when you're trying to pick up a crate. Alright. And you're going to throw me to middle. Thanks for the free ride. Absolutely need to kill all those pigmen. They're knockers. They deal a ton of knockback whenever they hit you, and they will be very annoying when I try to bring this last crate to middle here. Alright, the time when I'm going to need your assistance is coming up here really soon. Now that we've brought all crates to middle, these supply piles, you need to rebuild them. The way that you do that is you're going to shift and left click on them, okay? I'm going to do my best to kill everything around that could possibly hurt you. That is going to be annoying. Uh-oh. Okay, good, I got it. So that's 100%. Ah, it's bad. I don't have mana for the blaze. Where's my mana? And now I don't have mana for the tentacle. We're going to lose a little bit of progress. But that's okay. We've been doing pretty good. Let me dump a bunch into Ballista Mechanic. Flare again. Kill the remaining blazes. We're going to lose a bit more progress, but that's okay. And then I need to kill this next tentacle. We're nearly done. Oh, I did not even see that. That sucks. please. Okay, kill this tentacle. It's dead. Now we should be able to get this for sure. Okay, ballista's repaired. There will be orbs that will come out of Kudra's mouth. I'm going to be hitting them back towards the middle. Again, your job is just to live. I'm not going to be able to kill everything that is killing you. So I'm going to shoot these orbs with my bow, and then that does damage to Kudra. We're just going to keep on doing that until Kudra dies. Kill this sentry. That's going to be annoying for you. And its health is lowering. Almost there. One more. And we got it. This is the final phase. It'll be flailing around, and as long as you dodge the tentacles, if you are alive. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry. There is no death penalty on Kudra. You can die as many times as you want. There is like a final death, but you'll be able to claim rewards at the end as long as you, as long as someone completes the run. So there you go. That's your first Kudra. In order to unlock the big chest, you need to have something called a Kudra key. You can get those from bosses, but the free chest should always be free. Yippee. And you might not always want to open up the valuable chest. There's not always going to be things you need in there. GG. Tide Singer. Okay. Player Tide Singer. We got someone else in the chat. I would say with a yeah, with a wither blade? Absolutely. Oh, I know. I didn't tell the dude that I was streaming. Oh no. I forgot to tell my friend that I was streaming. Sorry, Adu. Sorry, Adu. Oh man, I need to have like a stream Discord server where I notify everybody that I'm streaming. That'll fix it. So dude, welcome to the stream. I was just helping someone out. Tide Singer, you are definitely going to be able to do Kudra. I think that if you get yourself a set of mage armor, people will definitely allow you into the parties a lot more. But by having a wither blade, you are already 99% of the way there. You're doing good. Let me just check your... Yeah, it's Wither Impact. So you've got all 3 scrolls. You're easily going to be able to. Yeah, you got that. As for, like, with us, I'm not doing any more Kudra. Sorry, dude. I'm going back to bingo. I just had a fun exchange where I helped someone with Kudra and they helped me with dungeons on my bingo profile. I still need to do Slayer. Or claim the Slayer rewards, at least. This should get me Slayer level 2. There we go. Bingo goal complete. Oh, he wants me to check the Aurora. Sure thing, I'll check your Aurora. I'm going to have to go to the website for that, though. It's not what's showing up on your API. Your Aurora is... Wither goggles... This is probably the Aurora. That's Storm. Your Aurora. Yeah, it's good enough. Adding more stars to it is always good. You can also add some additional attributes to it, but the base gear itself looks good. Yeah, your Term and Claymore look great. Claymore isn't really that useful for Kudra in my experience. Overall, you are definitely over-geared for up to, I'd say, T2 Kudras. For Tier 3, you're going to want to get yourself a set of Terror Armor. Terror is going to help you deal even more hits damage to Kudra during T3s and T4s. And you're going to want to upgrade your Aurora armor to at least Burning to get into T3s, would be my advice. But T1s, T2s, even just having a full set of Storm armor and a Wither Blade, you are able to easily clear through that boss. Yeah, Heavy Pearls, you just do that daily. It's an MMO game. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Just chip away at it little by little over time. Alright, what's the next grind? Toxic Arrow Poison. You can get away without using it for T3s. If you have a decent enough party, usually Toxic Arrow Poison isn't needed for T3 Kudra. T4 is what you're going to be using when Kudra gets stunned. And you're going to shoot the Terminator with Toxic Arrow Poison. I would recommend for Party Finder always using Toxic Arrow Poison, but if you have a group of people you know, and you know those people are good, you can save a bit of money by not using tap. Bingo card! Okay, I love running through the bingo card. So this will help me realize what's left and also what to advise people to do. The community goals that are really easy are taming, and then also killing a Revenant T2 boss. If you get all three of those, you're going to get a lot of bingo points this month for free. Doing a Jacobs contest with participation is also pretty easy, but I don't expect this community goal to get maxed out, so it's probably only going to give you 1 or 2 participation points. Killing Bonzer requires you to get Combat 15. There are no Mining Commission related goals this bingo. You're fine. You still need to unlock Dwarven Mines for one of the goals, but you don't need to get Heart of the Mountain 3. You don't need to do daily Mining Commissions. No reason to do any of that. You, for minions, should be placing down Iron minions, Bone, so skeleton minions, and Oak Wood Collection is something you're either going to have to do manually or have a lot of minions in order to not have to do that manually. As for the other goals, level 5 in Alchemy is easy, skill average 8. This was dungeons, unlock an obsidian chest that requires at least 250k. 750 health is easy, just get mushroom armor and shit with growth. I don't need help with anything else. Thank you so much for your help. Good luck with your mining. If you need help on my end, like if you want to message me for help, let me know. I'm happy to help out from time to time. 250k coins in bank. You're going to need this anyways for Obsidian Chest if you're going for it. 140 strength is super easy. Get a Raider's Axe. Enchant it, or reforge it with Epic, and then also get a little bit of forging levels. If you get a God Splash as well from Bingo Brewers, this will get you a lot of strength for your goal. This is probably one of the worst goals of this bingo. Get 4 pieces of glaciate armor. If I check in my chest here, this sucks. I got all of these duplicate armor pieces before getting a full set. It's a bit of a tedious grind, and there is no set stopping point. Another dungeons goal, and bronze contest. If you do Silk Touch, Golden Axe for mushrooms, helps you a ton with getting easy contest placements. You can also do week contests in the hub. Uncommon or higher tiered rock pet. If you're going for the collect 12 pets goal, this is one of the pets that you can get for that. And then also you're going to want to mine a bunch of cobblestone for a silverfish pet. And that should get you uncommon rock pet. Crit damage. If you enchant a sword with critical 5, you have 50 crit chance base. You can also get a potion splash. 77 collections. You're going to get 3 of those through your minion goals here. You're also going to want to mine up sand, cobblestone, and I would say acacia is also something to consider. Endstone is another one to consider. Those are all pretty easy to get up to T7 really fast. This is just a coin task. 7 unique armor sets. There's 6 vanilla armor sets that are super easy to get. There's also mushroom. You'll need the glaciate armor set. You can get any of the farm armor sets are pretty easy to craft. End armor, be cautious if you're trying to use that for one of the armor sets. It also requires you to get the full equipment for it to count as a full armor set. Kill 10 endermen in 8 seconds. You can either grind end armor like I did, or you can use a cleaver, lead a bunch of mobs, a bunch of endermen into a corner where you're safe spotting, and if you kill 10 of them around the same time by lowering their health simultaneously, that's another way to do it. Level 2 for Slayer Boss, that's just killing a Revenant. If you do a T1 Rev and then kill a T2 Rev, that gets you the community goal here and also this bingo point. And 12 unique pets is going to take the longest, aside from the minion goals, and that's what I'm going to be working on right now, is just placing down some stuff for pets and getting that set up. I will not be streaming myself doing anything past the manual collection point. If I get to minions, where I'm just having to collect minions each day or every single few hours or so and log off, that's not really good stream content, so the series ends each month once I get done with everything aside from the minion goals, which I am nearly done. Probably either today or tomorrow, since I got a amazing viewer to help out with my floor 1 S run. Thank you again for that. You can also get a friend to hit you with hit them for you. I try not to recommend strategies that require another person, because not everybody has someone who's able to help them on bingo. With the dungeons, for example, you can join a party finder and hope that people carry you, or you can find a person like I did to help out. So, the pets that I plan on going for, let's check here. The upcoming traveling zoo is in 16 hours, so I can try to be on for that. Season of Jerry also opens up pretty soon. There's no mayor pets that I can get. I have Grandma Wolf Rock and Bingo. Let's check my own bingo guide real quick. What do I recommend people to get for pets? I make a bingo guide each month, and sometimes I have to refer to it. I recommend people get Bingo, Grandma Wolf, and Rock for easy pets. Jerry, Pig, Rabbit, Chicken, and Silverfish for egg pets. And you can also get Enderman. Owl is a tough one. It requires coins. Reindeer. Armadillo is one that requires you to get Heart of the Mountain, I guess. Endermite, and also a Ringo pet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 4 more pets. 1, 2, 3. And then I either have to get Reindeer by doing Season of Jerry, or I have to get Armadillo through Heart of the Mountain. I really don't want to do Armadillo. Spooky is in about 4.5 hours from now. But the actual spooky fishing will start in 3.5 hours. I guess a skeleton pet, this bingo, could also be considered. Let's see. I need to go kill some gravel skeletons. What does the collection for skeleton pet look like? 2 stacks of enchanted is 160 times 128 bones. A skeleton pet is actually feasible, this bingo. I should probably edit the guide to put that as a consideration. I found my 12th pet. I don't have to attend any events, and if I do get a pet from one of the events, that saves me from having to grind out the coins for Armadillo. You really don't want to pick up the bones for these skeletons. Prevents them from respawning. Boing. Manually grinding skeletons is kind of peaceful. Oh. Oh no, they're not respawning. No. No, what the heck? Where'd you guys go? Oh man. I don't even think I have looting 5 on my wither blade. That is one thing you have over my profile. Congratulations. As far progressed as I get myself into this game, I don't end up having large amounts of coins spent on my gear. I don't put Chimera on a lot of my weapons when I probably should. Already making decent progress towards the bone collection, but obviously you're not going to farm all 40,000 of this by yourself. That seems a little bit excessive. So rather than going for actual bingo goals right now, because the only thing left is minions and pets, I have side quests to do, such as get more minion slots, prepare for getting some of the pets, and some of those other things. Very nice. I haven't killed gravel skeletons in ages, though. It is very fun to do this. Plenty of people are able to get there eventually, don't you worry. Even if I have something right now, it's, What is your side quest? I'm curious. Last time I tasked to do with getting every single talisman. I feel like they were pretty close. Oh, okay. Max tally bag. It's still the same side quest. Everything else is side quest. Alright. Bone collection. You can get a ton of coins really easy once you hit combat 15 if you leech off of people doing T2 Arachnes. That's why I have Owl Pet as an option, but I would also rather not have to grind those Arachnes. It can be hard finding people who are spawning them, and it can also be competitive to place in the top bracket. This guy also does a lot of talking. That is one of the things characteristic of new Skyblock. So, 2.2 million coins for the Owl Pet. Let's see. Minions. I want to get more of these. Do I want to go for 11 slots, or is 10 going to be good enough? Let's go for 10. It's not that much further out of my way. I likely won't be having more than this many skeletons. Where did I put rabbit? The pets section. And then also we can make a zombie minion. And we can get more bones for our skeleton. Alright, so the task is simple. We're going to build a couple of chambers for rabbit and such. And to do that, I'm going to make a bunch of planks. They're not going to be pretty chambers. They're going to be quite ugly in nature, but they're going to also be functional. I'm taking my signature style of whatever works, whatever blocks I have on hand. For the ultimate enchant on my term, I have Fatal Tempo on one, and I have Soul Eater 5 on the one that I use for dungeons. Duplex is also good, from what I hear. That is an option. 4, 5. I am really encroaching on that minion's territory with this chamber. In fact, I'm not going to even be able to place something in that space above his head. Yep, I do recommend duplex, and that is a smart thing. There are some talismans that don't really require you money to get, such as the like a lot of the soulbound ones. Like there's race talismans that you can get for doing the races fast enough. Those are good options to look into for talismans if you haven't got those already. There's also some really cheap ones, like below 1,000,000 coins. I recognize that that's probably not in your price range, especially if your goal is to get mining. You should be focusing on whatever your money-making setup is. Get that first. Yes, the Odger's Tooth is also a soulbound one. You could trophy fish for that. Adu is suffering. I also don't know how many of these chambers I want to build. Next wood type, I ran out of wood. Acacia. Orange wood. Yeah, if you've got the materials, I can easily craft it for you. No worries. I've got the collection requirement for everything except for the chili pepper collection, so whatever you need. Yes. That's a very common service that people will do. Hay bales. That's my next building block. It only gets more scuffed as time goes on. Alright, so rabbit goes here. Oh shoot, I've already maxed out my minion slots. That's unfortunate. Looks like you get to be taken down. And I'll replace this with a pig. The fire talisman, yes, I can handle that for you. Obviously not on my bingo profile, but ooh, lots of storage. I do appreciate a nice storage system. the server is lagging. That is unfortunate. Please. 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 It's all those darn slime minions. Alright. I'm taking the hub. I'm kidnapping you. Happy to help. Yeah, chili pepper is expensive. I spent so much money fueling those minions. Speaking of, let's see. Does my gamble pay off? I usually don't check these on stream, so this is first time for everything. 1 vertex. Okay. Whoa, 2 vertexes in a single minion. Nothing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They... Okay. Where's the run to the litter? You're the run to the litter. You're the only one who didn't get a vertex. But thankfully, this guy over here carried for you and got a vertex instead. That's probably the most profitable haul that I've gotten from minions in a long time. So, these minions, you put in a fuel that is worth a lot of money, and you have to, like, spend a lot of money on these things, too. And then, in turn, they're giving you something, like, this is worth 5 million coins per. So it's kind of a refund. I think I'm still losing money. Lots of money. But I make about 7 million back per minion from the looks of things, yeah. And the goal is to get these chili peppers from each minion, because I need to get 20,000 total to max out the collection, and I'm only at 8.5. I would say that I'm happy, but I'm still losing money. That's how I would describe it. I likely did not pay off my debts, but I'm happy, because I did not go as broke as I usually do. And then if you average up the profits from Inferno minions over time, they usually tend to be pretty good to run. I always use Gabagool, because you might as well if you're using the highest tier distillate. The highest tier fuel, you might as well use the best distillate. I would run Blaze if I was going for a lower tier fuel that couldn't spawn chili peppers, though. Alright. Enough delay. Back to bingo. Enough procrastinating. So, these rabbit minions, I need them to get me a... It's not that much for a rabbit pet. It's just 36 more collection. I need a stack total to craft the pet. I should also... I need to craft so many pets. I need to put one of these into my minion. Oh no, I can't, because I don't have the collection. That's right. I'm missing chicken collection. Maybe if I collect now, I can craft enchanted... I can't even craft enchanted eggs yet. Oh no! Oh, this is gonna... I'm gonna need to have those down for so long. It's at the point where I don't usually put physical storage down on my bingo profiles. I don't find the need to do so. But whenever I run chicken minions and there's like a pet goal, I usually find myself just dumping the chickens into a chest. And then also probably organizing the pet stuff actually in there rather than in a backpack. This will be end stone. This will be the cobblestone. And then I will also have pig, rabbit, and all of the other stuff. That 1 billion purse is not mine. I owe it to Shen. Shen is gonna take all of my money just so that I can get one more talisman. And then I don't know what I would use these chests for, but I'm going to put them in here. That's actually gonna... I'm throwing these chests out. They're gonna confuse me. I'm gonna think they're minion storages. Which I do need to grind more minion storages, which is more foraging. I need at least one more from the looks of things. Which isn't terrible. But it's something. Artifact to control a do. It's gonna be 2 billion coins. I'm about halfway there. My purse isn't even... I don't even get to use that money. Or I could invest into all of the new... the Stonk talismans once the next DS comes around, and I could get even more magical power. But I'm stubborn and I want to get the Artifact to control done. I still need the 8-ball, the Rift Prism as well. All those are like really expensive talismans. I don't get to make a lot of money. Alright. So the side quests that I need to do are Enchanted Charcoal, Minion Storage, possibly plural minion storages, and... Pig Pet will be done possibly overnight. Rabbit Pet should be done before I go to sleep. Chickens, I'm going to need these two up pretty much throughout the duration of bingo if I'm going for a chicken pet. That's going to take a while. Adu has the... when you focus heavily on something, I guess that's proof that you can get a ton of progression, because I'm missing more talismans than you're missing talismans. And then there's someone in my chat that got the looting Hyperion. I'm just kind of like throwing a lot of my progression in a lot of different areas. That's what I'm specializing in, is I'm max skill average, but I haven't really focused too heavily in any of the skills in particular. I'm max Slayer, and I guess Revenant is pretty high because I rev traded, but there's people that have like 3 million Enderman XP, and I could never imagine myself going above the 1 million mark on that. Same thing with Blaze. People use that as a money-making method. I cannot see myself doing Blaze Slayer. I don't play Sandbox co-op, but I do know of some flips that could get me to the point of playing Sandbox co-op. It's just about acting upon them. Like, I was in a call yesterday here, we were explaining how someone could get like hundreds of millions of coins every few days. Just passively. And we're explaining this to someone who's quitting the game. I find it a bit silly that Neo's last bestiary thing he needed for max XP was Mage Outlaw. Like, of all the things. That's the first bestiary I got done in Crimson Isle. I AFK'd that. Hello. What's up? I just got Catacombs completed. I don't need any additional assistance on bingo. Thank you for the offer, though. If you know of a splash, or if you're a splasher, I'll take that. But past that, I'm good. Right now, my card is pretty much maxed. I'm just missing the 3 minion goals and then also pets. People will suggest doing oak manually, and I'm kind of doing that right now, but I cannot see myself doing hours upon hours of oak. Just doing the oak manually to get the minion storage is bad enough. Yippee! Oh, I got someone talking about their ban in my chat. That's unfortunate. Welcome back to Skyblock. Hopefully you don't cheat in dungeons. That tends to get people banned or wiped. It sounds like you're coming back to Skyblock without your progress being wiped, so good for you. Sometimes people have to start over when they get banned from the server. I don't know what that second word means. I would recommend on whatever co-op you're a part of, though, do not get yourself banned a second time, because that will likely full wipe the co-op the next time that happens. Kata 52, so much downtime. Well, you got more Kata than I do. Yeah, no cheating for a year. Gotta keep your Kata 52 account. Otherwise you're gonna be one of those people who are like Kata 42 and F7 party or M7 party finder, and they're just begging like, wiped Kata 50, please help. Please invite. Yeah. Finding a good co-op for Skyblock is really challenging. My rule of thumb is I don't like to invite people that I meet through Skyblock, but if I meet them outside of Skyblock and I know them IRL, then it's worth adding them to the co-op. I've made an exception a few times, but only after I meet those people in real life first. I have severe trust issues. Yeah. If I switch to my main profile, you'll see like offline 31 days. And then yeah. At this point, I just get my co-op members to, I tell them, log in, there's a Scorpius bribe. It's okay to do. When I go to visit you, then that seals the deal. Like, you're able to join the co-op then. It's a silly rule of thumb that I have, but it has kept me safe so far from bad actors on Skyblock. I think that if I did join a co-op full of people who are actually progressing in the game, we would be so powerful. I don't think that I get a lot of conflict with people, so we wouldn't have like co-op drama like how most co-ops explode. But I got big trust issues. I feel like the people around me, they're gonna get ratted or something silly like that, or they're going to turn out to be the bad actor. Oh yeah, whenever someone invites me to the co-op, like, oh, do you want to play with me on the co-op? It's like, I won't ever log in and play. I have bingo and I have my main profile. I don't think I have enough time in the day to commit to a third Skyblock thing. It's already hard enough playing on the one profile. I don't think I would ever play Iron Man. I tried to start one with some people and it did not work out well. I did, however, get them the 1 billion coin talisman, which is now stuck on the Iron Man profile. They have the maxed out bingo relic. That's my contribution. I guess one more medium storage, and then we can try going for 12 minion slots. I don't think I've ever gotten that many before. Yeah, you're gonna need a new task. Or is your plan just to quit after the side quest to do? Because you're nearly done. Yeah, that sounds terrifying. The person in chat, they're talking about imaginary fences or something like that. Fair enough, I do. Upwards and onwards to better things. I'm happy to give you something to watch. Also, great to see a VOD watcher in chat. I appreciate you even if you're not watching live. Alright, that should be enough for my last storage chest. A little bit over that. You know what? Enchanted Oakwood can get me a minion. Well, let's do that. Yeah. I don't really have chat rules, but I don't know if we should be talking about cheating in the Minecraft chat. I'm one of those rare level 450 legitimate players. I don't really enjoy cheaters. And that's why I haven't played a lot of dungeons. It's because it's hard to find a perm, and it's also hard to find people that don't cheat. A lot of people just get bored. I think it also is really hard to stay legitimate once you've kind of experienced the dark side, like how convenient some of the mods are for that. But I would please do not cheat or encourage others to cheat. It ruins people's hard work and time. Well, welcome to the live stream. See, the fun thing to do is, I just won't. I won't do M7 runs. I won't. If it's not fun, then I will put off doing it until it's the only thing that's left. That's why I haven't completed Harp, and that's why I'm still not Cata 50 in Dungeons yet, despite being one of the top players in the game. That's why I'm missing Trinity Contact. Yeah. Although at this point, to get into Party Finder dungeons, you need Cata 50 for M7. That's what I'm seeing people's party notes as. It's no longer get Cata 47. Neo should get like dyes. Like a dye armor set. Go for the cosmetic grind. Come back to Skyblock with a Hypermax dyed armor set. Prep a bunch of stuff so that you can get G7, P7 on whatever the next armor set that releases. Have the ultimate flex on other people. Oh, is Neo going to be responsible for getting you like a bingo talisman? Or what's the point of bingo? M7 sounds terrifying, I'm going to be honest. I will not be tempted to the dark side. If I get a perm party full of people who I know are legitimate, we're going to keep each other safe. It's like if you're going out to some club, you gotta have your friends watching your back. I will never become swayed to the dark side, dude. It's going to be so funny when everyone who's bought the bingo talisman has to go and either grind bingo themselves or repurchase the new bingo talisman if they come out with another bingo thing. Because they could do it. Mythic bingo talisman. I don't know what the name for the talisman line would be after Relic. Yeah, if I lose my profile, I would also be miserable. I would be in shambles. To be fair, though, I believe you get like one ban, and then you're kind of like, you're on the ropes. And I'd rather get no ban. No ban at all. No ban at all is better. It goes bingo talisman, bingo ring, bingo artifact, bingo relic. And then there's like a crux, whatever the one in the rift is. Heirloom is the next one after relic. Heirloom, and then the Chrononomicron, that one. Yeah. See, that's the benefit of having someone who's fallen to the dark side in chat. They can correct me on how bans work. Because I wouldn't know. Yeah. Well, I made bank getting added to people's profiles, and from there, when I was on people's profiles, I'd buy them either spring boots or bingo dies or whatever they were wanting. And it was good money for me. And then they unsoulbounded everything, and now my 2 billion bingo die is now 600 million coins. I don't even know why I'm still doing bingo at this point. My money-making method is in shambles. Yeah. I think that's enough. Nope, I still need 32 more. I'm too far in. I am too far in. Too far in, too far gone. I can't stop bingoing even if I wanted to. Alright, there we go. That's an Oak Minion T6. That'll help with some of the minion collection later on. I've also got medium storages for all of my minions. We're going to go check on the rabbit minion and see what is up with that. $30 collection. I need a stack. I'll let it do its thing. We're going to go to Hub and purchase a bunch of coal. Oh no! Banned for 30 days is not good. Yeah, that's wipe status, so you definitely don't want to get banned again after getting 30 days. Or else, bye-bye profile. Great. I'm also very concerned about installing even just the typical mods that people use. Like, one of the things is I'll wait a few days to a week before installing the latest update of NEU or Skyhanny. Because if something gets people banned, or if there's some sort of like a rat in there, I presume that people will find it by that point, or something will happen by that point. There's always a chance, though, whenever you install like some other mod, that your profile's at risk. Everything you've worked for can be at risk. Wait, what? He got banned for not macroing? Oh no. Oh, someone was on his account. Okay. That's still bad, but I can kind of understand, like, sometimes things happen out of your control. Anyone you're giving your account to, any sort of like account share like that, you're putting yourself at risk. Your account, your responsibility, and all that stuff. It sucks though that they got banned. And they should definitely not be letting their cousin on their account moving forward, because their account's at risk. I'm just purchasing all of the items that I need to upgrade my minions. That should be maxed out on foraging. I don't really want to spend more there. Okay. Alright, the goal is now to go to the coal spot. On bingo, this spot is great. It gives you an infinite cycle for coal. Yeah. Hey, even if I disagree with cheating, if it's teaching you how to code and teaching you the fundamentals of that stuff, at least you're being productive with your time. But please don't do it. But if you are going to do it, at least you're getting necessary life skills. Enchanted charcoal, especially in the early game, is a really helpful fuel to pick up. It lasts for a long time and it gives you a decent amount of fuel towards your minion. Eventually you would of course want to pivot towards the infinite fuel source that is the enchanted lava bucket, but if you are broke, really broke, cannot afford bucket kind of broke, just buying a couple sets of enchanted charcoal. Especially since most of this stuff can be purchased from the NPC merchant. It's worthwhile. I'm just going to be getting myself 24 pieces of enchanted charcoal, and then it will be on to the next task. Thinking about pets right now. I've got the core 3 already done. I should probably do Enderman. That's the next one I'll do after this. And then once I get that pet, I will be able to... It's mostly minion stuff. I think that there's some stuff that I need to... I do need to buy a bee. Do I even have bee on the bingo guide? I feel very dumb. I even had to do the Buzzy Buddy task during Secret Bingo, and somehow I've just neglected the bee pet entirely. What am I doing? What have I done? Okay, 2 things that need to be added into the bingo guide. Bee pet and skeleton pet. Skeleton pet being conditional for this bingo, and bee pet should be for every single bingo with a pet task. I feel very silly. Alright. I'm mining coal too. I didn't even pick that up as an option that I had at my disposal. I think it's 2 of each block. plus some coins. How do I even get more money from coal than from gemstones? Well, that's because gemstones take a lot longer to mine. Coal you can mine instantly. And if you think about it, if you don't have a lot of fortune, then you want to mine a bunch of things quickly and get the profit from coal. Gemstones, you're going to make more profit when you have stuff like Efficient Miner or the new gemstone spread that they're adding. And also when you have more Pristine, which is going to give you more rare gemstones. That's when mining becomes better. Bee-pet! Yippee! That brings me up to 4 total pets. I'm going to remove the regular rock. I'll sell it to Merchant for some free coins. Alright. 4 out of 12. Next up is Enderman. Let's refresh the Bingo Splash. It is time. Rare bee pet for fortune. That's a suggestion. Huh. Yeah, that would be very helpful. Although I don't think I'm going to be doing much that would require fortune. I'm not going to be manually foraging. But if I were to be manually foraging, then that's a great call. Yeah, it's not even that expensive either. It's killing time. Yep, I am on the right thing. I don't know why I'm not proccing crit every time. I want to get into the weeds here of 0.1. So I definitely want to go for 9Ks right now. But I don't know if I have the damage for 9Ks without God Splash. I do appreciate the call-outs. Let's get Magic Find. And Petlock, too. Yippee. Let's get the last 2 equipment pieces. That'll help us. It's a shame that there's not more pets that you're able to gather without eggs. I think that's one of the core issues that I have with pet gathering on Bingo is I'd like to get this pet, but it requires a huge amount of collection, and I also have to get eggs first. If there was a 12 pet route you could take, even considering stuff like Armadillo and a Ringo, that kind of stuff, a 12 pet route you could take without requiring eggs would be fantastic. And then that allows you to substitute in some of the easier pets. Even with fishing, there's... Flying fish is not obtainable on Bingo without loot share in any realistic capacity. Dolphin is pretty easy compared to the other ones you've mentioned. Squid Pet is kind of possible, and then Guardian Pet kind of happens to you. You don't really happen to it. It's kind of like the way that I describe Phoenix Pet at the highest level is like, you don't grind for a Phoenix. It just kind of happens after you do things enough. Watcher Bone Collection meta, let's go. Why these things drop enchanted bones, but they don't drop regular bones, baffles me. They're skeletons. They should drop regular bones in some amount. Oh, yeah. The Heart of the Mountain 7 bingo grind. Maybe on Extreme Bingo that would be possible. But I don't think that there's enough time in the day for me to grind Heart of the Mountain 7. And powder. And I would need some tool that can break things in the glaciate tunnels so that I can get a scrap. And then from that scrap I need to get lucky. Overall doesn't sound very fun or feasible. I do know of someone who grinded out a gemstone gauntlet on Bingo. Extreme Bingo. There's a couple of those shenanigans if you look at the Bingo Brewers Hall of Bingo. I don't believe that someone has gotten all the way up to Heart of the Mountain 7, unlocked glacial tunnels. You need to get Corleonite to get the battering ram. That is not a fun time. Alright, can I kill 9Ks for a pet? I'm just gonna try to find a Bingo Splash at this point. I'm done with it. I'm 8.5k damage. I was grinding out the equipment. What is it called? No, it's not a battering ram. It's the key? No, those are the things you get inside the... What's the thing with the Corleonite? Bruh. I'm getting gaslit. secret railroad pass, that's what it is. Don't mind me. I'm hallucinating. I think I was thinking of a different game that I was playing. Yeah, not one-shotting 9Ks is brutal. And then I need 9Ks for the best odds of getting a pet. So, this is a task for another time. I was also very confused. I gaslit myself into thinking that there was an item in Skyblock that doesn't exist. I don't do that too often, but when I do, it's very concerning. Alright. So, I want to get more minions. And I'm also going to keep an eye on the Bingerber's Discord for a splash. Alternatively, tomorrow's stream I can just get that splash, and it will be a quick one while I wrap up pets. What needs to be done tonight? I want to get the next minion slot at least 11. I could try dropping a rat pet. It sounds like a terrible idea, but what are the odds? What are the odds of a rat pet? A 0.2. 1 in 500 rats. Better odds than the Enderman pet. Plus it gives me fuel for my minions. I did see a bingo player in the end with a rat pet. You've probably got me for a little while longer while I figure out what I need to set up before I sleep. But I will be heading out soon. I can only bingo for so long before I get bingoed out. Before my brain starts melting out of my brain. Or out of my head. See, that's what's happening. I'm not able to form proper sentences. Mmm, tasty cheese. Okay, so it's decided. I'm going to fuel some of my minions with enchanted charcoal, but most of them I'm going to fill. All of the iron minions need to have tasty cheese. I'm going to be completely honest, I'll probably still be awake after the stream, and I will be farming, but I'll be doing so while not also having to hold the conversation and commentate. The problem right now is not the playing of the game itself, it's the continually, like, always on conversation that I have to be having. I have like a social battery of sorts. A lot of the people who do content creation, they consider themselves to be very extroverted, very loud. I am not good at doing that for long periods of time. But I'm trying to go outside of my comfort zone and put on a fun stream for people anyways. But in the process, I find myself very exhausted at the end of all this. It's either that or I start going very silent and I feel like that doesn't make for really good stream content or VOD watching, so I try to be very considerate. Earlier on in the stream, I was kind of talking about my thoughts on content and the philosophy of that, and overall, the purpose of this is to put something out there into the world. Hopefully at least one person enjoys it. But I'm also challenging myself in a way to make content which kind of helps me reflect on what I'm doing in the moment. Yes, conversational, back and forth. This is kind of new to the stream, having the chat open, having the stream like a back and forth with people. Usually I have like a do or a couple other people talking, but it's nice to get a bunch of people stopping by and chat. Even people who are lurking. I see the number is above 1 and 2, which is amazing. I'm happy to have you all here. So thank you. Is there anything that you would want to see outside of bingo content? Are most of you here for Minecraft? Is there other things that you would enjoy seeing? I'm curious. A lot of what I would plan on doing is this bingo thing each month, but there's 3 weeks in between that where I could possibly try streaming something else. Local rat population is decimated. Well, there's plenty of VODs to watch on the channel if you need some more content after the stream. And yeah, that's perfect. I think to really grow as a content creator, you have to be streaming frequently. Like just one stream every once in a while, or like one stream once a month. You're not gonna get like a returning audience. But if I were to do daily streaming, yeah, I could be like the equivalent of people's background noise or screensavers. People like to come back to things that are consistent. And then also if there's like a narrative through line through my streams, if I stream too much, then it's hard for people to keep up. Like one of the examples could be like if I were to have some sort of like narrative thing, like a story roleplay kind of thing. If I was streaming for 10 hours a day and every single day, it's going to be really hard for people to keep up live. But if it's just kind of like I'm hopping around doing random things, I become the screensaver for people, essentially. And also, it's nice to talk to people, get that back and forth response. I'm not finding any rats. This is crazy. Are other people also killing the rats? Is this not a unique idea? I'm starting to realize that I might not have had the most original thought of going for a rat pet. Unfortunate. I would like the cheese though. I'm going to need at least 40 something cheese. Bingo players versus rat population. Indeed. Yeah. It's nice having a viewer who chats in the live chat, and I'm glad that I responded. Yeah. Thanks for sticking around. This isn't really enough cheese for me to fill up all of my minions with, and I think that it's not a good idea to place all my eggs into the killing rats basket. Yeah, I hope to improve the stream quality every single time that I stream Query. If there's a recommendation that you have on something that can be better, I know that they've got the fan background noise. Dreadleg used to stream a lot of Bingo back in the day. They haven't been streaming recently to my knowledge, but they're another good Bingo streamer to check out. And they go for top 1% in every single community goal, so they're playing Bingo a lot longer than I am for their Bingo streams. I would recommend taking a peek on their channel if you want to watch some additional content. As for what I would be doing, maybe I could pop on, there's a puzzle server that I did a stream on previously, or I could look into some other experiences, other mini games. I used to play a ton of mini games on Hypixel, but I'm very rusty nowadays. I've also spent the last 10 minutes, it feels like, checking for rats that aren't there. Yeah, I'm not getting any familiar squeaks. We are going to put the cheese idea on the back burner. Wait a minute. Where did you come from? What in the world? Okay, so there are some cheese. Okay, where are you at? Kaboom versus Bed Wars. Oh no, I don't want... Okay, Sky Wars I can do. I don't know if I want to ruin my Bed Wars stats. People are very particular about those kinds of things. I also do network bingo whenever Hypixel releases like the summer bingo cards. I try to do those as well. Okay, there's rats in this lobby. I'm going to every single spot that I know of for cheese. All of them. I think that the rats, they spawned in? I swear that the rat wasn't there until I walked up and interacted with it. Is there a rat up here still? I think when this got added, they moved the spawn point somewhere else. And I don't know where that is. But there is one in the auction house. I've also considered adding music playlists to the stream, but I recognize that not everybody has the same music tastes, so it's really hard to get something like that right. Most importantly would be to kind of fill the background noise with something. Maybe if I start to get tired, I could have like a mic off, music only kind of stream. But just in general, when I'm speaking like this, I think relying on music as a clutch is not really the best idea. But I also can't see a stream that is just purely Minecraft sounds without commentary being very interesting to watch as like a VOD or a live experience. And obviously whatever music I play has to be allowable, like copyright wise. Like it shouldn't be something that gets my live stream taken down or gets muted upon replay, because then it's just a silent stream. I know of a few different music channels that exist which allow for stream usage of their songs, along with proper credit, which I would have to look into what the live stream requirements for that would be. Royalty free is good. A lot of the time, one of the stipulations for using music is you have to provide credit in the description, which is great if you are a YouTube video creator, but if you're a streamer, the best I think I could offer is like a Google Doc with a bunch of links to the songs. Yeah, I'm still trying to get the sound stuff right. Previously in the past, like, sounds like the dings and the block breaking, like, that was really overpowering my voice. But right now, I think everything is a little quiet. On my OBS, I nearly have my microphone volume maxed out, so it would just be a thing where maybe I need to be closer to the microphone, or maybe I need to adjust the microphone settings there. Okay, perfect. I definitely am considering a longer stream intro and possibly a stream outro of some kind, which would have music associated with it. Stream intro would help, especially if I get recurring viewers. It allows people to funnel into the stream. People like Adu, who want to be notified that a stream is happening, but might not be able to drop everything and attend the stream right away. They'll get the notification for it, and then can join the stream whenever they're around. Right now I kind of just open up the stream, I have a window for starting soon, and then I kind of get into things right away. But I know of some people that have kind of like a countdown or something to their stream, and I think that'd be pretty cool. I was also looking to add some graphics, maybe some Streamlabs elements, like, oh, this person has followed, this person has subscribed, like that kind of stuff. If I'm able to integrate more interactivity into my stream, then I think that would serve the overall engagement back and forth like this really well. And then obviously having my phone open for live chat like this is really good. Getting a second monitor is another option so that I'm able to actually view what people are saying. I'm also encountering rat drought again. This is unfortunate. I thought I was going to be able to get my 80 cheese. No. Yeah. I'm just checking all of the spots, and if a rat isn't showing up after a while, I'm guessing the lobby has already been harvested by people. Since it's the 12 pet bingo, I imagine rats are not going to be very plentiful, and a 1 in 500 chance does not sound like something I want to put a lot of faith in being able to accomplish. I'd much rather just be killing the 9k Endermans at this point. Yeah, I can get another God Splash set up and brewed for the start of next stream and knock out a number of the tasks, like get an Enderman pet through that. I could also get a bunch of minions, minion level up. And what else? I've pretty much done everything collection-wise that I need to for this bingo. Iron ingots are just going to be something that I get as time goes on. Bones and bone collector, I could set up a capsule on my island tomorrow, and then I could leverage the cleaver for manual grinding if need be. Oak collection I could do manually, and looking at it, it's, I mean, this is all manual collection so far. That's 13k. If I take the suggestion for Querio, I can get the bee pet, a rare bee pet, and I can manually forage oak wood. I'll list off the pets that I'm going for. My guide is inaccurate now because skeleton is something I should be considering as well. So bingo, Grandma Wolf, and rock. I have all of those. B is one that I have but isn't really on the guide. That's 4. I have 5 egg pets that I'm going to get. Jerry, pig, rabbit, chicken, and silverfish. You're recommending bat pet. Bat pet is super easy to get with the silk touch axe. And yeah, I'm already going for egg pet, so that's super easy. That will knock out a total of 10 pets. Then, from the remaining, I need to get 2. I need to either get Endermen, Endermite, Owl, Reindeer, some pet from the Oringo Traveling Zoo. Any of those could fill up those last 2 slots for me. And from egg pet, I'm also getting skeleton. So I only need 1 extra, actually, if I'm going for skeleton. Yeah. So I'm thinking that the best thing to go for is still going to be Enderman out of all of those remaining pets. But you're right, a bat pet is a good option. I've added that to my list. And then if I get a Ringo, I can skip Enderman. The question is, I believe I could be on for that. I would have to be starting stream earlier if I'm going to intersect Traveling Zoo. And then neither of these really line up with my typical stream time. So it's either A Ringo is free, and I could attend a Ringo. But I don't really want to stream or be awake necessarily for a Ringo. Yeah. You sound like you've speed ran through bingo. I think just based off of not wanting to stay up, maybe a reindeer pet could be worth going for. It's either reindeer or Enderman, one of those two. And then maybe this last Oringo if for some reason I'm not done with pets. I can pop in and get one, but I fully expect to get done with pets before needing an Oringo as well. I just throw that on the bingo guide for other people. I think that has helped me plan out what I want to do tomorrow. So that's helpful. This pig pet should only need to run overnight, and then it will get me all the pork that I need. This rabbit pet is done right now. I no longer need to have it down. Throw this into my pets chest. It's a ton of iron that I'm collecting. Very good. We can throw down a skeleton And that should start producing some bones for us. And then we should also 10 per minion. You can stop. Chickens, they don't really need cheese. They're gonna fill up a really quick overnight. We'll put charcoal in them. And then these we should divide up the remaining cheese equally among 6 iron minions. So about 10 per slot, a little less than that. Could also do this, and then unfortunate, you're the unlucky one, you get charcoal. I shouldn't need more iron for minions, so it's just about upgrading the ones that I currently have. Trades. $14 more minions for another slot. I could get another minion tonight, but I really feel tired at this point. I want to go get some food, take care of myself, rather than sit in front of the funny computer screen for hours at a time. It's been nice talking with you all, and I think that we've had a great stream. I'm going to go leave for a little bit. I expect to stream around the same time tomorrow. It'll be about 4 a.m. Eastern when I start the stream again. Maybe a little sooner, maybe a little later. That's another thing that I could do. I could schedule my streams and then people would know when they need to show up. But if you're a VOD watcher, thanks for watching, and to the 8 live viewers that I've had today, congratulations, we have broken the viewership record. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope to see you around another time. Hit that subscribe button down below. It's probably lit up if YouTube is doing what it's supposed to be doing. I'll see you all around. Bye-bye.